Hello, Backgammon fans. Pardon the sun. It's kind of dark in here. Bill Riles, Tara Mendocino, Ace Point Backgammon, broadcasting from Dubai, the Arabian Grand Prix. First, well, I don't know this first. No, it's not the first, but the first one here in Dubai, International Backgammon Federation Tournament. On stream one, we have great pairing, Amir Ezragi from Iran, who is considered, depending on who you talk to, is the first or second or third best player in Iran, and Iran is a hotbed of backgammon, some superb players. Amir's a great player, and he's playing a gentleman with whom I'm not familiar, but I'm told he's a very good player. In fact, I told Amir who he was playing, and he said, oh, Simbet Pogosian's a very good player. He's from Armenia, I believe, but lives in Dubai, as I understand. So anyway, we're getting ready for that match, and over on stream 2, again on the IBF YouTube channels, Kimon Papakhristopoulos from Germany is playing Aykut Keskin from Turkey. One of the better Turkish players, has won a couple of tournaments in the last 2 or 3 years. So that should be a good match. So a couple of great pairings here. Amir Ezragi, Simbet Pogosian. So I'm excited to see this. Again, I know Amir. I've called some of his matches in the past. A very nice guy, speaks fluent English as well as his native Iranian, obviously, and just a super nice guy, super great player, a great ambassador for the game. Mr. Pogosian, I am totally unfamiliar with. I was hoping to shake his hand and say hello to him and maybe meet him, but Tara sent me to my station before I was able to go to. If you go to, geez, you would ask me that. ProBG.org. ProBG.org. You can find the brackets. So we're now in the second round of this Swiss format. And anyway, we're gathering them. I typically, I always try to find, once we choose the matches, and again, because I'm not familiar with many of the players here, because there's a lot of Russians and so forth who I've not had the pleasure of meeting in the past. But Art and I sit down and look through the pairings very quickly and determine who we're going to stream. So, you know, in this round, Ezragi and Pogosian, Kimon Papakhristopoulos, and Aykut Keskin. So should be a couple of great matches. I was going to say, though, it's funny, I try to determine what matches we're going to stream, and then I try to find those players and alert them to go to the streaming area. I figure it's always good enough if I find one of the two for each pairing, because I figure the other one will eventually not find his opponent and start asking and find out that it's a streamed match. So anyway, we had some great matches this morning. Great pairing, Arash Afrouzian from Iran playing Duran Claxton of South Africa, and that was an interesting pairing. In that, you know, earlier in the year, Arash was the finalist in the Oasis Dubai International Oasis Cup tournament. And Duran Claxton was the finalist in the World Championship in Monte Carlo. So it was two guys off of some, you know, great tournaments this year. And that went to DMP with Arash winning that match. In the other match, it was Pedram Kiasi from Iran playing Timur Azizov, Russian, and Pedram Kiasi of Iran won that match 9-0 on a Gammon 4 cube in the second game. So that was one of those kind of quick matches that, you know, go to a big cube and what have you. So hopefully, again, I caught Kimon for the Stream 2 match, and I caught Amir Azragi for the Stream 1 match, and I figured their opponents would somehow figure that out when they couldn't find the players. And Arda, of course, knew and took down the table numbers and was going to advise the players, but he's a very busy man, so maybe that skips his mind on occasion too. But I'm excited, and we have what are these matches? We have at 3 o'clock. I had a piece of paper here that's disappeared. We have this at 3:30. We have another match at 5:40. I'll have to look. We'll look before these matches finish. But anyway, hopefully our gentleman will show up soon. There must be Mr. Pogosian arriving. Simbat knew him. There he is. And again, he's from Armenia, as I understand, lives in Dubai. Amir Azragi from Iran.
All right. And,
So,
no name, because we have it graphically shown.
yeah, Eric, good to see you. So, anyway, these this should be a good match. I'm looking forward to it. And they Tara was just explaining to them apparently the operation of the tap and set clock. It's ever so slightly different than some because the pause button is just underneath the top surface. So for those who have not played with it, you have to show them where that pause button is. It's a great clock, particularly in these matches. This tournament, baffle boxes are required. So as you can see, the board and accessories get rather cluttered if you have a scoreboard, a clock, baffle box, and then you got to have a central place to put a cube, and the tap and set clock with the pause button underneath. You can set the cube on the center top of the clock. We set a neoprene pad on the top of the clock. So, and I noticed there on Stream 2, IQ Keskin has found his way over. Wait a second. Wait 1 second.
What about it? Hang on 1 second.
Ooh, I apologize. I just happened to notice that clock on the Stream 2 match was at the wrong setting, and I wanted to catch that before they began their match. So anyway, here we go. I missed a couple of rolls, but Simbat Pogosian, Amir Azragi are underway. Amir is on the bottom of the screen playing the blue checkers. Simbat, top of the screen, playing the white checkers. Pretty nice beginning positions for each. 6'5". Now he can run with either of those back checkers. He's going to go to the mid. 5-1 for Amir. And again, going to see some superb play out of these gentlemen. I don't know that Amir is ranked within the BMAB. I think he is. I would think he's a grandmaster. He's just absolutely superb player. 6'3".
In Backgammon main division today. Next one will be at 5:30, correction, 5:40 p.m. Round 3 will be at 5:40 p.m.
Okay, 2-3. Make the 3 points. So he's got a trailing checker trapped behind a 5 prime, but Amir has some work to do with himself. He's a little advanced because of the fact that, ooh, that'll smart. Now he can make the 2 point. Could make the bar, have a 5 prime, not have to worry about clearing those others. But I think with the checker in the air, he should make the perhaps make the 2 point. But XG actually likes him taking the bar rather than the 2 point. So let's see what he elects to do. I would make an error. I would have made the 2 point, but you know, to try to preclude him coming in. But the 5 prime is a strong position as well. So let's see what he opts to do. Okay, he's going to take the bar, which is the XG play. So he finds the correct play there. Amir 3-2. Oh, look at this. This is probably I was going to say it's a pass. Yeah, I thought it was a drop. Nice double, nice find by somebody's favorite to clear that trailing checker from the 18 point. So this is interesting. Amir is 41 pips down as well. So, but he's probably, you know, with the 3 checkers on a 3, including one as a spare, and the 2 checkers on the mid, he's got a fair amount of timing, but it's just he's in such a hole here. You know, is it worth the gamble? Okay, he lets it go. Well played. But you see that he certainly made no knee-jerk decisions or anything. He properly considered the entirety of the situation, didn't get in a rush, and made an appropriate play. Okay, here we go. Playing with the baffle box. Boom, 5-4 for Simbat. So he's down and split. 5-4 for Amir. Does the same thing. We have a mirror image after one roll. 6-4. Now this will be interesting. I'll take the point, the anchor, and then the safe is beyond that. 6-2. You hate to play that deep necessarily, but he finds the right play. I didn't notice. What is that, a little cat or a fox or something that Amir has on his side of the board there on the lower right? Must be his little good luck charm or something. 6-2 for Simbat. Makes the deuce, slides the 4. 2-1 hits. Okay. 3-1. So probably just step up. Yeah, okay. Set of 3s. It's kind of interesting. I think I just make the bar personally, but XG thinks otherwise, although it's not a big differential. That half of it is a given between the optimal plays. Amir's going to take it onto the bar, which was my reaction. XG prefers to come out 21-15 with the second pair of threes. You know, one of the beauties of that is if he just keeps him on the 10-point, he blocks sixes from the 5, but he's going to go to the bar, which small error by XG, but I think a rather natural play that many of us would make. 5-1. So now, does he slot on the 5? Yes, he does. He has the forward anchor, and there's only a 2-point board against him, so it's not too dangerous to do so. I just really like Amir Zragi's demeanor over the board. He's very unemotional. He's very thorough. He doesn't get excited or what have you in any way. He just plays the game, and he plays the game very well. Okay, the 4-2. 5-1 gets them both in. Somebody has an opportunity for some picks and passes here, or making a point. Now he can make, probably going to hit on the 4 and make the 3. Yeah. A natural play. Dances. Okay, I don't think he quite yet has the ammunition to double. It is a double by XG's analysis, though. 5-3, that's not what he wanted. My first reaction and XG's analysis is to put the second checker in the air, which would be a real aggressive blitzing, seize the moment kind of play. But also, I mean, if you do hit him and he dances, then you pretty much got to play on. I mean, he'd cash in a heartbeat if he danced from here. And he does. Now, does somebody cash it, or it's too good, according to XG, and that's not surprising. I think, as I'd predicted when he made the play, if Amir danced, then he's got the decision to make whether he's too good or not. And with him... his decision being whether he's too good or not, then Amir's decision is pretty much, I'm happy to get out of this. So we shall see. It's a 6-16 drop. So, it's interesting. We saw it on the first game, and here in the second game, Amir gets in some pretty dire straits. Gets cubes turned at him, but he again, he doesn't knee-jerk react in any way or something. He fairly considers each position, and more often than not, makes the correct decision. But he gives it a fair look and an unemotional, objective analysis, and goes forward. And it takes and this is only the second game, but, you can get into a streak of games like that where you have 3 or 4 or 5 games in a row of a similar nature, and it takes a good, considerable amount of discipline to, perhaps keep turning down a series of cubes in a row. Now, as many of you know, I like to conduct, and he does conduct my commentary sessions in an interactive fashion. So I have an iPad here in front of me. I can read any comments that any of you may type into the chat line. So if you have any comments, questions, critiques, suggestions, or whatever, just be sure and type them in there, and I'll try to address them as I can and as appropriate. So 2-1. Simbat Pagosian has jumped to a 2-0 lead. There's a nice set of fours for Amir, so he's got quickly a fairly advantageous position in this third game of the match, trailing 2-0, so he'll have a little bit more incentive to perhaps be cube aggressive here in a moment. The 5-3. He'll go ahead and make the 3-point. He doesn't necessarily have to be. Okay. So Tara's sitting here next to me. She tells me you can look at the description below the stream picture here, and within the description there's links to the brackets, and yeah, probg.org. So that is that's quite helpful. Again, this Swiss format, 3 lives, so and I'm pretty sure all of these guys, it's a typical Swiss format where each round people with like records play each other. So these guys all won their first round matches, by my understanding. So they're all 1-0. Okay, so this is kind of a standoff at the moment. 6-3. It's going to be who blinks first. Simbat's got a little bit of a timing advantage. He's down in the count a little bit, but his distribution is such that he has a bit more flexibility of play than Amir does at the moment. Now Amir with the double fours has got fair racing lead, but he's got to get those 2 checkers home, and he doesn't. He can maybe sustain one more roll, perhaps, before he's forced to break the anchor. Ooh. Okay, so what time is it now? It's almost 4 p.m. here in Dubai. So American Eastern Time, it's 8 a.m., 7 a.m. in the Central Zone. So hopefully a lot of our American friends have joined us. And, of course, Europeans and Asians are more in the prime time of the day. So hopefully we'll have some good viewership watching this, some great pairings here. And, of course, this is just I don't know what we'd call it, a very impressive venue and tournament. The promoters have, spared no expense in providing a great experience for the players. From the UK, Marcus King. Welcome, Marcus. So as we expected, we've gotten into kind of a timing crunch for Amir. So it's a question of when does he break that anchor. Right now, somebody only has a 3-point board, 3.5-point board. So the time may be now, although XG analysis says to just play 7-2 and not to break it yet. But in all decent probability, next roll, somebody's going to have a 4-point board. So, maybe it's a good time to consider running now. Now, if he could run clear, like with something beyond an 8, and only have a single blight back, he probably definitely would run. But since it's a small number and he can only run into the outfield and have 2 blights with a lot of shooters at him, he may decide not to do that. Okay, he's looking at the other option. As we saw with, and this is true of so many of the really elite players, and Amir is among that category, he's not at all intimidated with investing a considerable amount of time for what are the very significant decisions. And that's where we are here with this role. And as you can see, this is the 3rd game of a 9-point match. So, of course, they started with 18-minute time bank, and Amir's down to 11 minutes. So we saw a similar sort of situation, even more dramatic, with the match earlier in the day with Arash Afrouzian, another Iranian player, who after, I mean, it was, he used over half his time in the first game. It's a very complicated and involved game. So now 6-1 for Simbot, and his is no picnic either here with Amir with that closed board. Now, he certainly won't give him a direct shot. Now, he could clear the mid and give him an 8, and an indirect. So he's contemplating his options here. One of the, I think I would maybe don't give him the 8 and just. Amir's got to play the next roll, so he's either got to break the anchor and run, or he's got to break his 6-point home board. So maybe try to play a bit safe in that role, and hope Amir rolls something which forces him to do something he'd rather not. Okay, so now he does have to give him the indirect shot, but he has a return. Had he been hit, he would have had a return. 6-4 runs all the way. Oh, he's going to play it this way, point and slot. Okay, which is the correct play from XG's perspective. So a nice find. Okay, dance. Now it's cash time again. So again, here's what I talked about earlier. Amir, in a series of these sorts of games here, this third game and the third similar situation where he's going to have to drop a relatively obvious situation. But again, there's a tendency to get tired of doing that, but you just have to take the emotion out of it and play your game with discipline. And if discipline dictates he drops the first 3 games, then he's going to drop the first 3 games. But this one, he decides to snap it up. I guess the idea was that there was the potential that Simbot couldn't cover that checker on the 5 point. Now he can lift it to take away a direct shot. He can make the 2 point, which he does. Now, if Amir can roll a 5, things are different here. Okay, so now 8s and 1s cover, 9s don't, so he's going to have to lift that checker, I think. He does. 5-3 necessary? No. So 5-2. Okay. Amir is in. Now he can just, you know, Simbot could roll a 6-5 and Amir get a shot, but he doesn't, and double 4s just forces him to move on. And he's well behind in the race, but you know, nothing, 2 or 3 sets of doubles couldn't equalize. You know, what is necessarily his concerns are there, but 5-2. Amir needs a set in a hurry, a workable set. We're running out of time to do so. Not only did he not get a set, he got a miss. So that's very likely curtains. He's got to have 2 sets. Doesn't get one, so that's that. So 4-0 Simbot Pogosian. Glancing over at stream 2, Kimon Papakhristopoulos is leading Aykut Keskin 2-0. And there, that's second game of their match. Keskin in a tough situation. Kimon makes a great roll. Okay, nice 3-1. It's interesting, these baffle boxes that are supplied are just a wee bit too wide so that they can't put their 5 checkers on their midpoints all the way down, so don't get confused. You got to be careful. He put it back on the 13 rather than the 14 rather than the 13. Okay. No, yeah, that's correct. Kind of, it looked odd since it appeared he moved that 4, but the checker was actually started on the 13. Okay, puts 2 in the air. Kind of a blitzing move here. Amir needs to perform. Halfway. 3-1, not a particularly good move. I think he's going to maybe play to the 5 and split the back. He does it otherwise. Okay. Ooh, pardon me. Okay, Amir trailing 4-0. And in a fairly advantageous position here with Simbot with 4 blocks spread about there. He takes it. Pretty good pass, but so this is Amir's chance to get back in the match, and he seriously takes advantage of the opportunity here, as he's going to have a 3-point board with 3 in the air, probably. Hit the third one. Yeah, this was like, whoa, wish I hadn't have taken that cube. 4-1. Now Amir will attack that checker if possible. He can shift. He can split. There we go. So he's ready to make the 3 or the 5 on the next roll. 6. Now Amir will attack that checker. Okay, come down to the 10 probably. Okay. Set of deuces dances. Now Amir's going to make one of those points. Come down to the 7. Well, all 3 of them, that's probably better. Just leave it there. He's got 3 checkers bearing on the 5 point. He could come off with a 10 to kill the joker double 5, but okay. Attack. There it is. Yeah, this one's going to leave a scar. Oh, pardon me. Okay, so he can make the 6 prime. Okay, now he can do that and then take the other one across. He's going to take this one across, but you know, double aces could hit him, but somebody doesn't have much structure going for him, so Amir doesn't have to be too intimidated there. 5-2. Amir just wants to bring this in, wants to put kind of an array of spares on his high points. Okay, to the 5 and the 4. So there he's got all those spares on those high points, so he should be able to get a number of checkers off before potentially, even potentially leaving a shot. Not to say that he will ever leave a shot, but okay. That's interesting. Amir in all likelihood is going to win this game. There is a rare freak BG floating around on occasion, so Simbot just needs to be aware of that potential. I'm taking that off, staying even on the back, and you're even on the back and you have another checker off. He decides to play 5-2. You know, he's only vulnerable to the 6-5. (6-4) he's not, but next time he could double blot with a 5-4, so sometimes you can't preclude that, but I try to be careful not to give myself any double blotting numbers in a bear off against an ace point or deuce point game. Okay, this could get a little tricky. He's got those 3 checkers stuck back on the ace. Oh, that doesn't help Amir's rare backgammon opportunities, although the double deuce kind of doesn't help Simbot trying to beat the rare backgammon. So given another set or two, we could... okay, you got 8 checkers. Now Simbot needs to get a checker out. He does.
Next round starts 5-4.
Amir, 5-4. Now he's going to take 1 checker out, which pretty much saves him from a BG potential, plus allows Amir to have to play a 1. There it is. So Simbot looking for a 1. Doesn't get it, but he will escape the G. Okay, so 4-4. New ball game, 5-point match. And glancing over at the other stream 2, just very briefly, Kimon Papakrisopoulos leads Aykut Keskin 8-0 Crawford. So Keskin in the deepest possible hole in this 9-point match. So he's got a lot of work to do. And Kimon's in another pretty commanding position there. So it's going to be, looks like Keskin is going to get an early afternoon snack or something after a quick game here. Okay, so this is 5 away, 5 away. So no particular huge score influences. So we'll just play regular backgammon here. Nice 6-1. 6-4 makes the deuce point. Set of 5s. Okay, so now if Amir dances, Simbot's going to send this. There it comes. Now this is an interesting one, a big pass, but you know, there is some potential, I guess, to perhaps take this, but it's a big drop from XG's analysis. But, you know, Amir's going to look at his options. Okay, that was that. Kimon has won that match over there. So, congratulations to Kimon Papakrisopoulos, who wins his second match. Amir does let that go, as he should have. So 5-4 Simbot, 4 away, 5 away. Nobody chatting here. Let me know your names, your locations. Give me something to read. Give me something to talk about. So we have a good match going here, good pairing. So let's enjoy it. Now we'll have 2 more rounds today. I think the next one is 2 hours and 10 minutes. What did we start? 3:30 at 5:40. I think I'll confirm that, but I think it's 5:40 is the next round. Okay, Amir. This is definitely, XG says no double, but it's a thin no double, and certainly many people would send this. Amir trailing 5-4 might do so. There it comes. Huge take. Simbat takes it. Nice roll, 6-1, makes the point. So might be the second time in a row that Simbat pays a gammon price here. Or second time in three games, I guess. Marcus, truthfully, I don't know. I will find out and announce that on some of the later streams as to who made the boards. But there's certainly, you know, beautiful boards, great contrast for from our streaming perspective, obviously, and even as players, I'm sure they enjoy the contrast that the boards afford. So. But I'll find out. We have a, you know, as is typical of the most European tournaments, the tournament has supplies the boards. Now over on stream 2, Tara has the what we call our roaming cam, which is showing the entirety of the ballroom from this front corner where the streaming tables are. So you glance over at stream 2 real quick, you can see what the whole setup and venue looks like in the playing room. Okay. Okay, Amir needs to enter and enters and hits. Gives him, again, Simbat needs to perform here. He does in the sense that he enters, but doesn't really have a 6 to play with. So that's about his only 6. Amir dances to that 2-point board. You can see a little grimace displayed by him with that. And okay, so that's the ace. Now deuce, which is split, steps up, puts pressure on those other blots there. Two, three hits. Okay. Amir needs an anchor. Doesn't get it. Simbat's going to be forcing the issue here. 6-3. He can pick up another checker off of the 17. Maybe he does that and then goes on around to the 11. There's the salvation roll, as it were, that Amir needed to get back into this game. I mean, he was in dire straits with being his opponent being 4-way and holding a 2-cube and having a very strong position, but nice set of 5s by Amir kind of changes the complexion of this game. Not totally, but takes it to a shade of gray anyway. Okay, so 6-4. Interesting. I guess he makes the deuce point for lack of any better options. Next roll is going to be interesting. 5-1. Somebody can just, or Amir go to the 5 now. Now this is a telling roll. Something that he's just going to have to break the 9. Could come out, but then he's under serious attack. I think he breaks the 9. Okay, what's Amir doing? 6-1, so and 6-1 the other way. I think he comes out 24-17. By a huge margin. That's the preferred roll. He's toying with the idea of hitting and pointing. That's not necessarily a bad play. I say not a bad play. It's a huge error from an XG analysis, but certainly again could influence the progress of this particular game in a hurry. Either way, I think you just, as XG shows, and I think most of us would agree with, you just leave the 24 point and see what happens. Okay, 5-4 gets hit. Now he plays to the 14. 1-4. He's got to play the deuce, I guess. No, he's going to cover. This be an interesting position. Hits another. Got 4 blots out there, but he's got 4 checkers behind a 4 prime as well. 4s are wild, it seems, huh? 1-5. He's going to hit loose. And now, you know, good news and bad news. He can make that point, but he's still got to get those checkers out. So stepping up 24-22 helps him considerably, having a spare on that front edge of that anchor. So nice roll. He needed that. Now somebody needs a 6, doesn't get it. So this is going to start getting ugly pretty quickly here. Okay, somebody needs a 6. Boom, that's a 6. A little bit of overkill there. Just think he comes on out and around. There it is. Okay, so now the tide has turned. This is so typical of backgammon. You know, there a couple of rolls ago, Simbat looked to be in pretty dire straits, and how quickly it turns. Amir just can't get in, though. Certainly at this score, there's no way, particularly with much play left in the game, that somebody's going to send a 4-cube. He's in a gammon wins the match position. He doesn't want to put big numbers in play such that Amir could be in a position to win the match. Okay, he's in. Okay, so somebody wants to hit him. Doesn't. That's not his best roll by far. He'll slot that, and then only has the 6 in. So now Amir can play relatively freely. So he's going to play to the. Yeah, he just wants to keep them distributed, so he's got complete outfield control here. Should Simbat roll something 1-6 or 2-5, 2-6. Just wants to, in the absence of doing something else, he wants to just make sure he keeps those checkers distributed to maximize coverage if Simbat was able to escape to the 17 or 16. Okay, he's still not quite certain how he wants to best accomplish this. I think that's my play, I think. So that gives him 4 strikers against, you know, if somebody was to have gotten out to the 17 or 16, Amir would have had 4 people shooting at it. 4-2 makes that, so he gets to 5 prime. 5s. So Amir very, very probably, not totally so, but very probable to walk this home. There's the 6 prime. So now fairly straightforward to walk this home. He may, what we call, go fishing like this to try to get hit and then be able to pick up a second checker and enhance some gammon potential here. 2, so now he'll even hit on the 2-point if he could, just to you know, there's no risk, no downside, so he just you know, would like to try to pick up a second checker. That's getting increasingly unlikely, both from you know, his own structure and the collapsed structure of Simbat. Okay, Amir should close this. He does. So very probably looking at just a 2-point game for Amir to take a 6-5 lead. Ooh, pardon me. Okay. Uh-oh. Don't fool around any longer, somebody. You get yourself gammoned here. Okay, so that solves that problem. So just a 2-point match. And it's kind of interesting just glancing around here. I can see out front of the ballroom, and it's a beautiful day. It's been some beautiful weather the 4 or 5 days we've been here. Just gorgeous. But the weather is supposed to really turn bad tomorrow for the next week or so, with a lot of, not that it gets cold or anything, but with a lot of rain and thunderstorms and what have you for the next 4 or 5 days. And that's pretty amazing, because this is Tara and my 4th trip to Dubai for about 2-week stays each time, and I don't know that I've ever seen it rain. So it'll be interesting. I look forward to observing that. Amir's going to take a little break here. Went and got a bottle of water. Got a bottle of water for both of them, and they are ready to proceed. You know, it was interesting. I just mentioned very briefly, we streamed Duran Claxton from South Africa in the first round this morning, and he and others have been talking to Tara and myself that apparently Arda and Duran are going to have a tournament in Cape Town next December, first week of December. And looks as though they're going to invite Tara and myself to go down there and do the streaming and commentary, and hopefully we can, provide some promotion and credibility by our presence at the tournament. Plus, neither of us have ever been to the continent of Africa, so that would be, I think, really exciting opportunity for us, and a real treat for any player that has the opportunity to go to such a unique and beautiful and new venue among the backgammon world. Hot chocolate. So anyway, that we're looking forward to that potential, and we'll do what we can to help Duran, who has become a community favorite after his run to the final in the World Championship in Monte Carlo in late July, early August, and Arda Tendikoglu, who's one of the premier, if not the most premier director in the backgammon world. So another great tournament to put on your calendar and consider attending next year. It's going to be a busy year for Tara and myself, and a busy year in backgammon. Tara and I will have our tournaments in Texas, February 3 to 8, in San Antonio, and in New Orleans, September 8th to the 13th, I think it is. And then, of course, we'll be doing Rory's tournament in Chicago in May, Rory's tournament in Boston in October. We'll do the World Championship. We'll do Dubai Oasis International. We'll go to Cape Town, as that hopefully develops, and hopefully we'll have other opportunities with other directors and organizers. Okay, so set of sixes will work very nicely. Makes the bar. Now this is close to a cashing position, but again, we're getting late in the match with those 3-way, 4-way scores, so you have to be careful putting those crooked numbers into play for the match. That set of 5s for Simbot kind of offsets the set of 6s that Amir had just rolled, so we've got a a 6-pip differential in Amir's favor. But I don't think he's quite there yet. Again, Simbat's 4 away himself, so you don't want to put him in a position where he could win 4 in a game. So you have to be fairly confident in your position. Amir's a 69% favorite, but and a second set of 6s. Wow. Now that changes the complexion. Now he's very close to cashing position here, and there he sends it, and somebody lets it go. So now we're at the infamous 2-away, 4-away position, which we are certainly, all the players here are familiar with. 2-away, 4-away. If the trailer certainly has an opportunity to get in a bit of a gammonous, threatening situation, you'll see him send the cube to try to take advantage of that. And Amir is quite content to play without the cube this game. Pardon me. 6-4, just going to run. 3-2 gets hit. Now, does he come down, or does I think with the score you come down? Yeah. So now you've got that a lot going toward building the 5 or the 7. Somebody plays on. So here you hit and you make the 4-point. Now any any lack of performance by Amir there, and Simbat was Tinkatar ready to put the test to him. And what the next round is at 5:40. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. 5:40 for everyone for the next round, so 1 hour from now. So we'll see what happens with this match. Okay, somebody's still trying to force the issue up there, being 4 away. Ooh, there's the opening now. Is he not quite close enough? He had those 2 checkers sent back, not quite close enough to try to take advantage of that. Little do they know they're on the camera, huh? Is that live on that? Yeah, you're right, I heard. Oh, really? Oh, whatever. Okay, so he got the cube in, and now he's got the gammon going, as it were. This could be a beautiful ending for Simbat, and not so beautiful ending for Amir here. Amir needs to get in and get an anchor. A double ace or a double 5 would be a great start. Gets them both in. Simbat will be attacking that checker on the 5. Oh, he can pick them both up here, double hit. Amir needs to enter. No, this could be ball game. Can't cover. Can't make the 5. Can't cover. Just load up the ammunition in the outfield. Dances again. 2 2-3s in a row. Okay, it's Amir's last chance here. Boom, that's it. In all likelihood, this match is over. Stranger things have happened, but more often than not, he's going to lose a gammon here. 96% gammons. Okay, now he's got to be. Yeah, he's probably got the G regardless, so he just wants to be extra careful to not leave a shot. Now he can play this, right? But he's not going to take any chances whatsoever of potentially leaving a shot if he can help it. Okay. Well, that's pretty much ball game. Okay. Well, that's it. Ball game. Simbat Pagosian from Armenia defeats Amir Izragi of Iran. And we now have right at an hour, 5:40 p.m. local. Round 3 begins. So don't go far. Look at that. I was looking at the XG summary here. Amir played a superb, incredible 225, which is his norm almost, but he succumbs to 3.08 luck factor to Mr. Pagosian. And somebody, he had a couple of rough early games and had run his PR up pretty good, but through the remainder of the match, he played right well and very well, and got down to about a 5.6 for the match. So congratulations to a well-played match for Simbat Pagosian from Armenia. And Amir Izragi has 2 lives left. So very good. We shall, Tara will leave the stream live here, but I'm going to step away for a little break for a few minutes here, and we will rejoin. But round 3, 5:40 p.m. local. So y'all stay with us. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed these matches today and the matches ahead. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Затюлі. Да, вот сейчас начну на главный стол. Смотри, есть главный стол и YouTube. Я не знаю, я есть уже на экране? Окей.
Table 2, string 2. Okay. And I'll go to one.
can
We're
start.
waiting for player.
Where are you're waiting?
Yeah.
Where are they?
Nadar is here, and we're waiting for another one, Puya from Iran. I think we're ready. Actually, we're ready, but
The problem is that we have to start. But what but? There is no but. We have to start.
okay.
Maybe when we sign up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't have the text on the board.
Nadar, are you okay to play with legal rules? Okay. So, for example, you roll 6-5 and play 6-2.
No.
They stop match and
No,
the
yeah,
fixed
okay, of course, of course.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Because we have less transcription. Are you
Yeah.
okay? We play legal move. Legal move rule. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, just to let you know, the pause button on that clock, you play the, you know where it is. Oh,
Yeah.
Right. And Elena, I want to make sure.
We may start.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
would have been nice, but it doesn't play. This is, it gets a little awkward. Okay, apparently his sound is back on, Marcus. We apologize for
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
for that site. Well, it was off and then didn't have it initially, then it came on, then it went off.
Probably that was just the board mics.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, guys.
Okay, no problem. We've got that straightened out. Okay, thank you, he says. So it's on. Now, like I said, over on Stream 2, and they have begun now. We have Elena Gromankova from Russia playing Umar Aras from Turkey. So a nice match over there. Okay. They what? Yeah. Thank you, Rain BG. Tara says hello as well. So, really nice production stream Tara has going for us here. Okay. Puya redoubles, huge, redouble. Huge take, but let's see if Nodar maybe makes a similar mistake to, he's counting them. He'll find himself 10 ahead. Does take it. Puya. Huh? Okay. He can just probably make the ace. Yeah. So it's going to be an interesting, he's got a lead. He's got that one spare on the 20 that should maybe provide him a little bit of timing. Of course, he rolls a 6-3, can't play from the back. Okay, Puya has to play a 5-2. And again, he's a little down in the count. Okay. Nodar. Uh-oh, double fives. That's going to change the complexion a bit. Now, Puya can't decide what he wants to do. Now he clears the 8 rather than the 9 rather than the 8. Okay, pretty straightforward. So he gave what XG judged a rather sizable error on the redouble, and Nodar correctly took it, but then a couple of fortuitous rolls by Puya, including a double 5, has put him well ahead in this race and bear-off, and likely winner of 4 points here. Okay, that's true. That's probably right. Take the ace off the 6 point. He's well behind. Unless he rolls a couple of big sets, he's not going to catch up here. That's big numbers, but not big sets. 5-3. What are they doing down there? Okay, so that's going to be 4 points for Pua. He got in a redouble that was like a 200 error, and paid off. Okay, so 4-0 Pua. No, he pronounced it Pua. I asked him. And so, very good. Romankova and Umar Aras are still in their first game, 0-0. Aras is looking good with a 2-cube in play. Okay. And we'll have one more round tonight, which is at 7:50. One more round of the main event. There'll be a doubles round, first round doubles later than that. But we won't stream that. We may get a little dinner and a little sleep tonight for a change. I haven't. Okay, so with the 4-0 deficit for Nodar, he's in a comparatively short match for elite international play, 9-point match. Nodar, will have to be a bit more assertive or aggressive here, given the opportunity to try to get back into the match. What are they doing down there? Okay. Set of twos, very nice set of twos, so he can make the 4-point and the 11-point. Nodar would like to have an ace. 2-5 makes the 18, so not a bad roll at all. 4-2. How does Pua play this? He could play to the 11 and the deuce. He could make the 9. XG likes 11 and the ace coming off the 5. Okay, bit of an error there, but nice set of aces. it's really interesting, with tournaments, international tournaments like in Dubai and in Monte Carlo and other international arenas here, but particularly in Dubai with the Oasis tournament in September and then this tournament in December, we get a lot of Iranian players who typically don't have the opportunity for various reasons to travel much and go to tournaments. So we get the opportunity to see a number of these fine Iranian players. And here, particularly with the IBF organization, we get a large number of Russian players here. So we'll get hopefully some exposure for some of the Russian players in each of the first 3 rounds, and it's rather coincidental, more so than by design, but we've had an Iranian player in each of the first 3 matches on Stream 1, so that's kind of neat. And, Amir Ezragi, Arash Afrouzian, and then now Pua Rajabi. So, and we had Timur Azizov of Russia on Stream 2 in round 1, and Elena Gromenkova of Russia on Stream 2 in round 3. So getting some nice exposure for some at times in international tournament play, certainly underrepresented nationalities. Has to play that 6-4 safely to the deuce point, but not necessarily what he wanted to do, burying, killing 2 checkers in effect, and now he's most inflexible for his next roll, although Nodar is not in a significantly better shape. So guess he can play the 5 down. That dupes the aces at least. Okay. But now he's really, really awkward. What do you play? 6-1? Yeah. I mean, there's nothing else. To split either of those points on the 13 or 21 is double blots and just asking for disaster. Okay, no double take but it's a thin no double, and Nodar trailing 4-0 may test Puya's resolve on this game, but he decides to roll on. It's 4. Okay, Puya. 4-1, he's going to have to play to the ace again. One, so there's going to be a blot to shoot at for Pua. Doesn't hit it, but he can bring both out past it. So now Nodar looking for a 9 or a 10. An 8 is not a 9 or a 10, so he'll play to 2 to the deuce point in all likelihood. Now, Pua wants to get one of those trailing checkers passed or do something. Okay, so he can do 4 and 2. There's an indirect 7 here for Nodar. Almost dead even race. Oh, 10 will work. So unless Pua responds in kind, he's going to be turning down a cube here. And we're going to have a 4-1 match. Okay, so there's the double. There's the pass. 4-1. Okay. And I glance over at Stream 2, and we're at 4-1 there as well. 4-1 Umur Aras from Turkey over Elena Gromenkova from Russia. So dueling 4-1s on Stream 1 and Stream 2 here. 5 for Nodar. 3, so he'll make the 3-point. You know, it's interesting glancing at the PRs there in the XG summary table. Pua's playing 6'11", Nodar 244, but you can see the vast majority of Pua's errors is in that one redouble, which was a huge error, but paid off in spades with garnering 4 points as a result of it. But such is backgammon. Often, you know, in the grand scheme of things, they don't ask how, they ask how many. And Pua currently leads 4-1. Dances with a set of 6s here. Okay, now this is interesting. No double, big take. It's very, very thin, no double on a rollout. It might not be a, it might be a double, or it might stay a no redouble, but this is going to be interesting. You know, trailing 4-1, this is not that he's excited about taking it, but this is the type of opportunity that may play to Nodar's favor as a trailer. And as we see by the XG analysis, it's a very, very significant take. Nodar has a better board, both 3-point boards, but Nodar's in a better location. And he does take it, as he should. Now let's see what happens. 6-4. Pua's going to blitz here. Attempt to. 4-6. That's a step in the right direction for Nodar. Dances. Now, this could get interesting in a hurry. Nodar gets that 4-point, gets that anchor. He's going to play 6-4. Now, Pua need not dance. He gets in, probably go to the 20 point. Well, he's going to reconsider that. Okay, I think he should have played it otherwise, but not a huge error. He would have got hit up. Okay. Nodar will go to the 8. Four, 2. That's in the ugly range. That's about all he can do with that. Okay, Nodar, 4-pip lead. It's too good, actually, and a huge pass. Now this will be interesting to see how Pua evaluates this. Nodar 78% to win and 47% G's. So with a 4 cube, this could be match if Pua were to take this and get gammoned. So and certainly he's aware of this the score and those implications. So perhaps he lets this one go. We welcome all you viewers tonight. Hope you hit that like button, hit the subscription button here on the IBF YouTube channel. We'd like to increase their viewership, and we appreciate their organization and sponsorship of this tournament event. It's quite a spectacle of an event that greatly appreciated by the players, I believe. Great location, great tournament, well staffed. Just what can you say? It's just a very smooth, nice event and operation for the backgammon community. Yeah, Pua pondering long and hard on this. Now he's 4 pips behind. He has 1 in the air. Nodar has a 4-point board and several builders in play. So were Pua to dance for a couple of rolls, he could get in trouble. And he lets it go correctly. So we have a 4-3 match, and I laugh glancing over at the other TV at Stream 2 here. We also have a 4-3 match. Umar Aras is leading Elena Gormankova 4-3. Okay. Now, 5 away, 6 away. Nice set of 4s. 5 away, 6 away for Pua. So, okay. 6-4, probably run for Nodar. 6-1 makes the bar. Who is that? Miss Millie DeRosier up and about this morning in Lake Charles, Louisiana. How are you, ma'am? It's what is it? It's 9:30 there, so Jimmy and Hannah ought to be up as well. I know Millie typically during the week gets up earlier than they do, but anyway. Okay, 4-1. Now he's got that five prime structure, so now he's got to try to extricate those 2 back checkers. And with Nodar only having a 2-point board, he determines now's the time to do it. Nodar steps up with the deuce to try to escape from behind that 5 prime. Uh-oh, Jimmy and Millie are in Nashville for the weekend. Well, that's a nice little getaway, Nashville. So I guess you just left Hannah and the dog at home, huh? What's the dog's name? Cooper or something? Okay, so Pua still contemplating what he does here. Rolls on. There was a thin double. Little choice, very definitive play. Dance by Nodar. Oh, that one's smarted. So now, too good. He should play on. Big too good. And play on he does. 4-5. So he's going to make that. And then down, which is good. He has 2 shots at the blots on the other side. Nodar can't clean it up. So he's in a ugly situation here. Now he's got 3 blots on the far side. Dance. Ouch. 3-2. That and well, he could think he could make the deuce point and try to take out, and that's probably not what he wants to do. But you can take away any direct shots, which may send another checker back behind that good defense that Pua has here. But I think he's got to make the 5 point, and then he's playing at 6-4, so that's cool. Dance for Pua. Okay. One more. Play to the 11, I think. Okay. 4-1, so that's almost a forced play, very straightforward. Now Nodar, 5-3, gonna hit, and if hitting, then he'll go to the 6 to have a direct cover. Set of aces, very, very nice. Now what's he going to play to the 9? That's pretty straightforward. XG wanted him to hit a second checker. But there's the cube now. Nodar, too good, and marginal too good, and a huge pass. So Nodar's going to have to let this go, and does. So 5-3 Pua. Okay. Dueling threes. 6-2 Pua. Pua leading 4-way, 6-way. Contemplate stepping up to the 20. I do that fairly often when my opponent, has come down with a checker or two and has an opportunity to make a priming structure in front of me. Nodar 6-3. He'll go to the 4. 6-1 makes, and then 8-7. 6-2 is going to go to the 5. Could make the deuce point, but I suspect he'll go to the 5. Yeah. Set of threes. That will work. With the 2 blots on the far side, then Pua doesn't have to really worry about getting hit. So he can play the 5-2 this way, kind of clean it up a little bit, and let's see where we go. Even count. So so he'll just play on From here, ace deuce, safety that. Okay. 5-3. That'll be interesting. Guess he's gonna. That's the 3, obviously. Then it's a question of what's the 5. It's either the ace or the deuce. He goes to the ace. Okay. 4-1 makes the ace. Pua. 2-3 makes the 4. Pre-inflexible position for Nodar. Thank you, baby. Three, 2. Yeah. Yeah, Tara's commenting. She's sitting here next to me. We've got sitting here in the commentary area, and I've got two 85-inch TVs in front of me. Make it very easy to see the dice, the position, anything and everything on the screen. So really, really nice. Okay, so here we go. Now at 4-way, but he's what, 15 pip lead. He's probably Nodar's going to have to let this go as much as he might not want to. It's just too far behind, too easy for Pua to clear this. He does, lets it go, so it's 6-3 Pua. And again, it's kind of humorous to me, glancing over at stream 2 here. 6-3. They've been running just parallel with score for almost the whole match. But Umur Aras of Turkey leads Elena Gromankova of Russia 6-3. Okay, jailbreak for Pua. Gets away with it. But a lot of work to do to consider doing anything. 2-1 comes across. One set of sixes. It's going to be it's fairly straightforward, but he's going to have that straggler back on the 24. 6-2 is going to leave a shot somewhere. Hit and cover. Now Pua going to say he performs or gets a cube. He performs. 2 in the air. Always something to be said for 2 in the air. Pua, opportunity to pick up another checker, but doesn't, so he'll just make the 5 point, I think. Oh, he's going to make the bar, but you got to make the 5. 3-6. And he's going to come in and then go to the 3. Okay. Nice set of 2s for Pua. He can make the 4. If he had 5 of them, he could also make the 9, which would be very nice. But somehow in the deviousness of the design of this game, they come up with playing 4 when you roll a doublet. But always seems like you might could use 3 or you might could use 5. But sometimes it's pretty odd to be able to use 4. So he's going to just go ahead and take that on in to make the 5 point. Okay, well that's obvious. Now the question is the second pair of 2s, and of course you don't have to move them as doublets anyway. But he is more or less settled on this this play. He keeps looking at other options, but then keeps falling back to that, making that 5 point as well, which is XG's recommended play by its analysis. Been pretty impressed. Pua's table presence and demeanor. Pretty thorough, apparently, in his evaluation of the various positions. 6-4. Break, says. Okay, 6-4 by Pua here. This is interesting. He'd make the bar, which is probably what I would do. He could also make the deuce, which XG considers the better play, although they're just 5 millipoints separate by analysis. Okay, Umar Aras and Elena Gromankova taking a break over there. 8-3 Umar Crawford. There's, okay, from 3 away, 6 away. Pua sends it again. Borderline double and a huge, or I say huge, big pass anyway. Nodar sucks it up. It'll be interesting. He needs the anchor. He dances. He needs the anchor. He dances. One, pick and pass, 2 up. Always something to be said for 2 up. There's a nice roll that Nodar needed. Aces to prolong the match here. 6-3 makes the bar. Or do you do that? You make the bar, but that leaves him a shot up there. But I kind of like that broken 6' structure. Six one. Okay. Aces for Pua. Set of 5s. So Nodar's more advanced than he wants to be, but and holding a 2 cube, so that can get expensive. Two, three. Okay, Pua. Ooh, pardon me. One, so 2-1, go to the 4. I think that's right. No play. Now he wants to deuce point, gets it. So Pua's gonna go to the deuce, yep. Rather than pre-clear the maybe so, and I forgot to, I was going to ask Marcus during one of the breaks who manufactured this board, and I have forgotten to do so, but I will make a concentrated effort to do so between before the next round. Okay. Barely. Not even barely. That's the shot. She gets hit. Okay, this is will be interesting. 4-2. Nodar needs to get out of here. Whoa, looky here. Looky here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Pua hits the hard way, 5-1. Nodar, ace-4. All forced moves. Pua, 5-9 hits. This could get dangerous here in a moment. 6-1. Now he'd like to pick and pass if he could. He does, in a sense. Okay, 6-5. So 6-4. Uh-oh, has to go. So that eliminates that pressure of being odd on the 3-point that Puya was looking at. So now, hugely ahead in the race and then 6 checkers off. He's pretty much home free and just waiting to get to lunch or dinner after the next round, I guess. Okay. Puts it up. So 8-3 Pua, so duplicates or mirror image to the 8-3 score on stream 2. Umur Aras of Turkey leading Elena Gromikova of Russia 8-3. And here on stream 1, 8-3 for Pua Rajabi over Nodar Gagawa. Nice 6-1, makes that bar point. Nice, really nice set of 4s. Nodar was going to be in trouble otherwise, particularly with Pua playing a Crawford game. And, of course, Pua returns with a set of 6s. So, nice little racing lead. Okay, Nodar doesn't mind leaving a blot with 2 blots on Puja's home board. Okay, makes 2 points. You know, both these guys were a little shaky early on from a PR perspective, but have both settled down and played quite well to bring both PRs under 5 at this point. Yeah, the whole match, it's just been parallel almost. Okay, so Nodar having to hope he gets an opportunity to pick something up here. They're both in very inflexible positions. Set of 3s. I think, wow, this is interesting. Set of 3s. Wow, I think I come out to the 11 or 14 from Nodar's perspective. XG likes the 17 and 10, which probably is a little easier to clean up afterwards. Okay. Okay. 6-2. Okay, Pua would like to see a 10, but he's in a little bit of trouble as far as clearing that. A 9 doesn't work. So he just has to collapse a little bit, burning checkers a little bit to try to stave off the problems that Puga's going to have in clearing that 18 point. Their problem migrated. Still treading water. Gets the hit, but does he want the hit? He has no choice, I guess. 6-2, it's always the indirect trailer. 4-2. Oh, nice shake. Okay. So no reason not to hang for that 4-1, 6-1 or 5-1, 6-1 potential. Oop. Does that, so so that appears that Nodar will win this game and move it to 8-4 post Crawford. So buckle your seatbelts. This match is fixing to speed up somewhat. Okay, 8-4 post Crawford. Oh. Okay, Nodar gets the 6-3. Now, on his next roll, he'll be sending the cube. A6 makes the mar. Now he has no option but the cube. Well, he either's going to play some games with the situation, or he just didn't realize the situation. Okay, Umar Aras won over Elena Gromankova on stream 2. So he'll be one of 20 players remaining with no losses. There were 40 going into this round with no losses. So we'll lose half of those. Oh, pardon me. It's interesting, and I don't know if he's playing games with it or if he's just forgotten it, but Nodar has not yet. I'm still impressed with how these guys have worked the PRs down in this match. You got playing 7 and 3. You don't want to leave double shots, although Gagwa's home board is nothing to write home about. Okay, there's a Okay. Interesting. Nodar is still never sent that cube. He knocked the cube off behind and under the clock now, so I don't know what they'll do with that. 6-5 makes the 3. 3-4. It's kind of interesting that that cube is still in the center. We can't see it on the stream. It was knocked off at the top of the clock at one point, and it's somewhat under the clock now, behind the off the board. So we can't see it, and perhaps Nomar can't see it. And 3-2. Yeah, just go to those. Only thinking bringing them 2 down. I don't know. I think I'll play this. Six, 3. Okay, makes the prime. Set of 6s. So that. Okay, this very possibly can't quite close it out yet, but very possibly this is it. There it is. So Pua has Nodar closed out, and we'll go on from here. Okay, getting more and more unlikely for Nodar here. Okay, would just like to see him come in, and he comes in. He's way behind, 31 pips. So okay, so that is likely it. That'd be an incredible parlay to win from here. There it is. Nodar concedes. Pua Rajabi of Iran. And now, what do we have? 7:50. What time is it? 7:40. So we got 45 minutes until the next round, which will be the last backgammon round of the night. Look at those PRs, 414 and 438. Pua had the 3.6 luck. But, you know, again, they both were a little shaky early on PR-wise, but played well from about the second or third game on. And Pua wins. So I'm going to step away for just a couple of moments. Again, 7:50 is supposed to be the start of the next round, and I'll assure you Bill is not going to he's going to try his best to not allow our selected matches to start before we grab them in this next round, whatever it takes. So y'all be ready. 7:50, we start again. Thank you. Okay, Backgammon fans, Bill Riles, Tar Mendocino, Ace Point Backgammon, broadcasting from the Arabian Grand Prix in Dubai. Round 4, main tournament. We have on stream 1 from Iran, Amirali Tavakoli, and from Russia, Maxim Olashenko. Over on stream 2, we're going to have Aykut Uzel from Turkey versus Alexander Solodukin from Russia. Both very accomplished players. Uzel, I think, has won several big tournaments, like the you'll get me. I think he won the first Oasis International, and he's done well in some of the Cyprus tournaments, I believe. Alexander Solodukin is supposed to be a very good Russian player. I'm not familiar with him. That's on stream 2. On stream 1 here, we have Amirali Tavakoli from Iran, who has won several things this year, including the recent Cyprus tournament. And I think he had another win earlier this year, and I don't remember what it was. But very accomplished Iranian player. And Maxim Olashenko from Russia. And I'm not familiar with him. I understand that he's, reasonably good player, perhaps not one of the top Russian players, but he is apparently quite a famous and recognized tournament organizer in Russia. So this should be interesting. I'm really enjoying the opportunity to see the styles of play and some of these people I've not seen before. To answer Arch from Germany, are there any U.S. players? Very, very few. I think there are like 4 American players. John Perner is here. David Wynn from Austin, Texas is here. Tom Zernam is here. And Stefan Nunez is here. Okay, so Tavakoli won the Armenian Grand Prix also, according to Mesam here, which was in Armenia. I forget the name of the capital of Armenia. But that was the earlier IBF tournament a couple months ago. So he's had quite a year and is supposed to be an extremely good player. So we shall see. This will be our last streamed matches of the night, round 4. There'll be doubles matches at 10 o'clock, and we will not be streaming the doubles matches. So anyway, here we go. Looks apparently there at the top of the screen. And Maxim Olashenko. Oh, she needs to rotate her camera. And from Germany, Kimon's here. Mario Kuhl is here. Christoph Wagner is here. Tobias Hellwag is here. Those immediately come to mind. So anyway, we're getting set to go here. Tara, if she's got her headsets on, she'll realize she needs to rotate the player cam to Mr. Tavakoli. There it is. So there he is. Tavakoli on the top. And Olashenko on the lower player cam. Now this will have a live XG feed. So it'll be interesting. Again, Tavakoli's won a couple of big events this year. Strong Iranian player. There are a number of those. We had Arash Afruzian playing earlier on the stream. We had Amir Ezragi. on the stream. So here we go. 9-point match. These are both on stream 1 and stream 2 undefeated matches. So these players are all 3-0. There are 10 3-0 matches. 20 players are 3-0 at the moment. So this will get us down to the final 10 3-0 players, but it's a 3 live Swiss tournament. So anyway. Okay, so here we go. Double deuces, you make the 4-point, hits and makes the 4-point. Got to make the 4-point. Oh, he's thinking about shift and hit, but I think no, you have to make the 4-point. Unstacks the 6, gives you the 3-point board, gives you a broken 5'. There's a dance. Okay, this is a cash here. Actually, it's too good. He's gonna send it, but it's pretty heavy. Too good by the XG analysis. Amirali lets it go. 1-0 Maxim. Okay, so here we go. 6-3 for Maxim. Okay, Amirali 6-3 in return. He'll hit the blot. 3-1. So he can make the 24, remake the 24, and hit the escaping blot. 5-6 comes in, hits that blot. So we got your not atypical hitting exchange early on here. 1 and the 5. I was going to 5 and 1. It's going to say he's going to hit that checker on the 5 with either the 5 or the ace, and decides to do it this way. Set of aces, that hits the 5, makes the bar, so insta board, 4-point board. Dance. Now, Mr. Tavakoli, he sends it. That was close. It was a double pass. It was close to being too good, but it wasn't. So, well played by both in these first 2 games. They, both have, it's 1-1, and they both had a kind of a steamroller game in the first 2. And, of course, Maxim, he had that 1 too good double, which gave him his only lost equity. So he'll bring that down pretty quick. Tavakoli hasn't made an error yet in the first 2 games. Set of 6s, that'll work. So this is going to be another cube decision probably for Maxim right here. I'm suspecting Amirali's going to be sending this. He plays on. Maybe might have even regarded it as too good, but now he's going to. Now he can make the 4 and the 5. But again, I would think Amirali is going to be considering a cube on this play. Third blot. Okay, there's the cube. You had to figure that was going to come. Double pass. He takes it. This could get ugly in a hurry with all those blots out there. Wow. When it rains, it pours. 2-4. Tavakoli's still not made an error. 1. Well into the 3rd game here. And Olashenko's had a couple of tough decisions. And sent over a cube, cashed on one that was way too good, and then took one that was like a 173 pass. So kind of inflated, on a small sample size of early in the third game, and the first two games were short. So this small sample size with a couple of errors has kind of blown up his PR. So would suspect he'll work that back down into reasonable levels fairly soon. No, Tavakoli finally made an error. He went 3.5 games at 0.00. Now he, as we mentioned, Tavakoli won the Armenian IBF tournament a couple of months ago, and he won Cyprus. So he's really had a run this year. Yeah. It's rather coincidental. It's just, the pairings that we're faced with, and that's random draw sort of thing. But we had Arash Afrouzi from Iran in round one. We had a Mirzragi from Iran in round two. We had, I forget the name, we had another Iranian in round three, and here we have Pula, from was in round three, and now we have Tavakoli in round four. So a lot of Iranian exposure, and part of that, they've got some great players, and these great players are performing so far. They're several of them undefeated, so even the greater probability of them getting on the streams when we get into fourth round and later, we're going to be, focusing on those players who have not lost any matches. So here we go. This is, okay, he needs to get in. He take that checker in off the 10-point. Even at this early juncture in the game, he needs to be playing to save a gammon, because he's going to be faced with that relatively quickly, I think. Now he can play 12-6 and save another. Somebody, Amir Golagalab won Cyprus. Okay, so thanks for the correction. I think Tavakoli played well there, but he did win the Armenian tournament, IBF tournament in Armenia, as I understand. So just some between Golagalab, who maybe is the best Iranian player, and Tavakoli, Afrouzi, and Izragi. There's just some tremendous backgammon talent in Iran. Okay, thank you, Mason. Put my glasses on. Yeah, Mason. Okay, so again, Maxim's stuck behind that prime up there, so he's probably going to lose this game, but could get fortunate to do so. But he's probably been able to position himself such and move his checkers, make enough progress that he very possibly will manage not to get gammoned in this, although he just got a second checker hit, so that increases those gammon chances quite a bit. Okay, Amr Ali's going to try to close him out here. Sitting on like 32% gammons right now. If he goes 7-1, he doesn't win as much, but his gammons go up to 40. Doesn't, there's the closeout. So fairly about a 50-50 chance of Maxim getting gammoned here. Okay. Okay, so he's got to be a little bit careful. 4 primes are longer than you think sometimes. So he's needs to roll a 5 or a 6 next roll to hopefully, from his perspective, not break his home board. Okay, here it goes. They didn't hit their clock between. Okay, he does. Well, that's a little bit of overkill. Double 6s, so he has to break it and leave a blot, though he did get 1 checker off. 4-1. Okay. 3-1. So, whoa, let's see. He might want to think about that. Yeah, there we go. He'd like to get even on the back, but he'd also like to get a checker off. Yeah, that's what Mason Puya was telling me, that he apparently is a board manufacturer, Puya Rajabi, who played in the last round. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, Alexander took over.
Okay, taking a, okay, I'm thinking, oh God, was there an emergency?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we'll see you, we'll figure it out tomorrow. Okay, wonderful, you the man, fantastic, as always.
Okay.
Going to dinner,
Ah, okay.
dinner,
Yeah, yeah.
not just lunch.
Oh, it's great that he's got us. We've got 2 transcribers here. It makes it a little easier. This, I mean, it's a. These guys that are very good transcribers, like we have here with Ivan Lenkin and Alexander. I'm not sure of his last name. Another Russian young guy. I mean, that's a special talent to, and he's going to get G'd unless he gets lucky, and he doesn't get lucky enough. So 5-1 Amr Ali here. But, I mean, the intensity and the focus and all required to do live streaming at this level in this kind of environment and circumstance, transcription, I'm sorry, to do live transcription in this kind of circumstance is really trying. And yeah, and this, so it's a 10-second delay here as well. So it's even a little faster paced. So anyway, these guys are really good, but by having 2 of them, they can, you know, get a break occasionally. And I know in Dubai this year, we're in Dubai now, in the Oasis tournament in Dubai earlier, Ivan transcribed every match, and so he was working continuously under a lot of pressure, a lot of intensity, and so forth. But he performed like a champion. Okay. Double 5s, the dancer now. Tabacoli probably with the 5-1 lead. Well, look here, and then he rolls a set of 5s. I was going to say with a 5-1 lead, he'd probably be a little bit more hesitant to cube this, but you know, you don't want to give your opponent an opportunity to get back in. So now he's, you know, he's got a very strong position. He's got a couple of passes out of Maxim. He got 1 bad take, so you know, it's a psychological game as well. It's a read game of how do you read how your opponent plays and what have you. So this, he's got the lead. He's got the pressure. He's really putting Maxim to the test here. Yeah. So, you know, it's interesting. Unlike to a degree. Arash Afruzian and Amir Ezragi. Amirali Tavakoli seems to play with a lot more pace than the other two guys. So it's just, you know, it's a style of play. You know, and he, you know, maybe these games haven't been as complicated as some might be and so forth, but he just seems to naturally play with more pace than Amir and Arash plays. Set of deuces. Oh, party. Mark Danberg Wild, good morning from the West Coast. Well, it's 8 o'clock at night in Dubai. So I guess what, you're 11 hours behind us, so it's like 9 a.m. there. But welcome nonetheless. Okay, look at this. Now, the trailer has gotten that opportunity to send it back. So now we... and an accurate redouble, a big, huge pass. So perhaps that's a little bit surprising from Amirali Tavakoli. So very volatile and now dangerous position. Okay. 4-6. Gonna slot the 4-point probably. Although XG wants him to run out. And he does. Ooh. Not many things to do with this. 9-2 is the safe play. And playing safe, you know, 4-cube in play, so Tavakoli's playing for the match right now. And Tavakoli has a 4-point board, so Maxim's not too... Ooh, look at that set of sixes. Wow. So... this is going to be interesting. Set of 5, so there goes, for the most part, any timing that Amirali might have had. So he's, okay, he's got to play to the 5 now. It's which 6 does he play? Wow. This is interesting. There's Alex has woken up too at 9 a.m. on the West Coast or whatever, 9:21. 8:21 p.m. here in Dubai. Now this has been pretty interesting. Amirali Tavakoli, very strong Iranian player who won the Armenian Grand Prix a couple of months ago. Got off to a 5-1 lead here. Sent an early cube from 5-1, and then it turned around on him a little bit, and Maxim Elishenko got in the recube, and here we are. Some pretty limited gammon chances, but we may be we may be looking at a tie score, and you're right, Alex. That 4-away, 8-away, very sensitive to just what we see happening here. Okay, so he'll save the G, but we're looking at 5-all after this, and that and it ends up. I think as I recall by XG's analysis, it was a correct initial cube. I would have thought that he would have been a little more cautious in having sent it or in sending it, because he would typically be regarded as the fairly strong favorite in this match. Plus, he was leading 6-1, but he put the large numbers in play, and then actually by XG analysis, Maxim got in that 4-cube, recube, and Amirali took a big drop. So, but despite that, he's playing, what, 2.38? But we have reached a tie in the match here. Okay. So, here we are. You can see the vast majority of Tavakoli's lost equity is in that one take, 238 blunder. That's probably 80% of his lost equity is in that one play. So here we go, 4-point match. And of course, 4 points is only a gammon 2-cube away from victory for either. So need to have a bit of caution here. And again, we'll see how they each might adjust. I mean, Tavakoli is on a regular any day is a fairly considerable favorite over Olashenko. So, they'll play accordingly. Olashenko knows he perhaps is a bit of a dog, and he's going to play accordingly. Tavakoli knows he's a fairly considerable favorite, and he'll play accordingly from that regard. And we have the 2-cube in play, which means gammons mean the match for either player. Now, I guess they're on a break over on stream 2, it looks like, unless it ended. It's 4-0 Aykut Uzel over Alexander Solodukin from Russia. There's Uzel heading out, like to take a smoke break or something. Hopefully all of y'all are enjoying this streaming presentations and the beautiful production that Tara has generated here. Very nice tournament, lots of production. In the opening ceremony today, they had some entertainment and so forth. It's quite a show, and very nice facilities and conditions and accessories for play. A lot of food with the tournament. Every playing station has a board, a baffle box, a clock, a scoreboard, the dice, everything's provided. All you have to, you bring nothing but yourself. Okay, there's a anchor. He's just got to go to the 4. He doesn't want to put additional any more in play than he has to. 3-1, that's the slot. Oh, pardon me. 5-4, so it's just 2-1 makes the yeah. So he takes the 22. Then the ace is just all he can do is shift from the 4 to the 3. Double deuces, nice play. So what's he do? I think he makes the bar. Yeah. I don't like that. That's a big error, according to the XG analysis. 184. Yeah, he backing that up. I suspect he's going to make the bar, but that's good. He's taking his time to look at the various permutations. You know, with in his home board with you know, Olashenko has a point over there, so giving a fly shot or even a couple of fly shot is not as big as it might be otherwise. He wants that bar point, I would think, but he's looking at every other option other than the bar point. So let's see what happens here. So maybe you make the 4-point and step up. There you go. Put the spare on the 22, and you can 3-2. He gets hit, but that's fine. He's got. Doesn't hurt him to recirculate the checker necessarily. With the 2 anchors, he's not too likely to get gammoned here. Running, looking at about 21-22% gammons here. 5-1 and slot the 5-point. Okay. 3-1, just gonna safety that blot. Okay, he wants to run with his spares. Interesting. Would have liked to run a little otherwise. So let's see what he does. Does he go 6-2 or does he shift 3-1? XG likes 22-18 for the other 2. raising your eyebrows. Yeah, it's going to be tough for Maxim to bring this home. Okay, so he's got to play off the 9 and off the 6. Becoming increasingly difficult to bring this home. And then in those 2 spares, Amorali's been able to use those quite efficiently. So that's to the 6 and make the 3. So now we're down to crunch time, in the sense of this is it. Okay, one good roll by Maxim could kind of salt away this game for him, but by the same token, there's a couple of bad numbers in there that could salt this game away for Amorali. So let's see what happens. Okay, he doesn't want necessarily to leave that blot, but he certainly wants to maintain as much flexibility as he can with for that next roll. Six, 4. Okay, here's the key roll of the match, probably. Nice. Worked out quite well. Duran Claxton stopping by here. He lost a tough match in the first round today. We streamed, but now he's come back to win 3 straight, so he's 3-1. Do what? Yeah. So, no, Alex, this is the last match of the night. It's 8:30 p.m. here. So the 4th round ends. There will be the first round of doubles will be played at 10 p.m. local, but we're not going to stream any doubles. And the actual main backgammon event, round 5, doesn't resume until Monday. Tomorrow will be taken up by the long gammon tournament. Okay, so he lets that go. So 7-5 Maxim, 2-away, 4-away. We all know the implications of that score. So again, as we might expect, Amorali's playing a superb 347. Maxim had a couple of early big blunders, which had his PR in the stratosphere, but he's managed to work that down somewhat and actually leads 2-away, 4-away here. What is long gammon? Long gammon. There's a link in the, there's a, Tara's sitting here next to me. There's a link in the description below the screen here that takes you somewhere that you can learn all about long gammon. But it's apparently very popular variation in Russia. Yeah, the number one thing is that it's no hit. But you start, if you look at the board, like if I'm Maxim looking at this board here, I start with 15 checkers on the 13 point, and Amirali would start with 15 checkers on my ace point, and they're both players play counterclockwise. So it's supposedly it can take forever. It is a very complex and difficult game based on some of those who I have spoken to that have played it some. And but again, it's apparently an extremely popular variation in Russia, and it's going to be a I mean, the Russians apparently regard it as just a significant event in this tournament as the regular backgammon tournament. So anyway, tomorrow will be dedicated solely to long gammon. There's going to be limited, if any, streaming tomorrow of long gammon. We've got to make some physical and technical adjustments to accommodate some other requests by the organizers. So we're going to be doing that tomorrow. And depending on how long that takes to acquire some of the additional equipment that we need and to make some physical relocation of some of our equipment, depends on how long that takes. There could be a chance that by tomorrow night we could and we got to do some testing. So we may or may not stream anything tomorrow. But certainly we'll be back in business on Monday for the resumption of the main backgammon event.
Yeah, obviously there would be no transcription of long gammon.
Tara's laughing. She said, obviously there'll be no live transcription of long gammon matches. I don't know. Certainly and I heard some of the Russians were talking about, apparently there is almost an XG equivalent in Russia related to long gammon. But, of course, none of us know anything about that and don't have it. So there'll be no live transcription in the long gammon matches. But Tara will have more to do with all of the changes tomorrow than I will, so perhaps I'll have a chance to observe some long gammon matches, and we'll know a bit more about it after some time tomorrow. But here we are. Amirali got that 2 cube in relatively early here, and it's gone his way. Maxim has 3 checkers behind a 6 prime. So what do we got? We got 25-26% gammons for Amirali here for the match. So we'll see how this develops. Now this is kind of interesting. He could I don't know. I might have played this. Oh, looky here. That hurts. I was going to say I might have played this to try to play it safely in a sense so as to not get hit again and another checker sent back, but he didn't, and he did get hit with another checker sent back. So the gammons have gone up, let's see when it pops up here, fairly considerably to 41%. So this match could could end either way here. Maxim, if were he to win, he would win the match. Were Amirali to win a gammon, he could win the match. So either way, we could conclude right here, glancing over at the other screen very quickly. Aykut Özel from Turkey is leading Alexander Solodukin from Russia 4-2 on stream 2. Okay, so Maxim. Okay, he's got one, and it's good. It's double-edged sword. He's got one checker out and running, so perhaps trying to save a gammon that way. But he's also had the potential of getting pointed on and spending a bit more time in the air, which could enhance his gammon chances. So let's see what happens. Still at 43% gammons here. He can, a hit is very valuable to him. Double fours coming back. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So he'll play down to 32%. Let's see what happens. Now this is interesting. Now he's probably, does he play? You know, I don't think you don't really have much chance of winning this. So I would be tempted to more so play to save this. There he goes. Now that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so, you know, do you play to the 9 and give him a 2-shot, or do you split the back checkers? But that gives him the potential of pointing on you on the 24. Okay, so that's that. So now he's deuces. It goes over there. So now we're at 30% gammons. 5-4 comes off. Got to get moving. There he goes. But the movement may have a downside. 5-1 goes to the 6th. Are you going to give us bonus coverage on the other? Yeah, okay. So man, you don't want to burn any pips. So I think you got to go. You got to go. It's going to be very close. You don't want to burn any chips in. He burns pips. So let's see what happens. Okay, he does hit it, so in every likelihood, not every likelihood, because he could roll 6-6, but in most likelihoods, he's going to save here. And we get another game. Okay, so two away, effective DMP in most variations here. Either player will send a cube with any advantage. So they're going to take a break. That two away. That's interesting here. One of the rules, we'll talk about several of the rules. One, and Tara puts up the double screen view so we can see what's going on with the Özel Solodukin match. But a couple of rules, interesting rules that they're playing with here. one, you must use a baffle box, and they supply them. Every board has a baffle box on it. They're playing with a 10-second delay, I guess, in effect because of the use of the baffle boxes and so forth. They, you're allowed, I guess, within each one, you're allowed 1 5-minute break. And if you take a break, you have to advise the arbiter assigned to your group of tables, every row within the playing room, every row of tables, which there's about 8 or 9 tables to a row. Every row of tables has an arbiter, they call it, which of course is a word for judge. But like if you are going to take a break, you call the arbiter and tell them that you're taking a break. And they have a sand timer, 5-minute sand timer, and they set it on your board. And you leave. Y'all leave for 5 minutes. And if someone comes back and, when the sand clock runs out, if player B hasn't returned, then player A hits the clock, and player B's clock is running. So pretty hardcore on the breaks and break times here. Also, each arbiter is responsible for collecting and completed scorecards. The scorecards, unlike what we're used to in most tournaments, here the scorecards must be fully completed and signed by both parties and turned in to the arbiter. If there's any disputes or what have you, the arbiter addresses that, and then, if there is like an appeal or a further request or requirement of further judgment, then Arda is actually the chief arbiter. I tease him about his role here at this tournament. He's chief arbiter. Patrick Jabelli is officially the tournament director. And, their roles, Patrick and Arda's roles overlap somewhat. And, but they're fairly consistent to conform to what we're familiar with, and that, like at Oasis and other things, I mean, Arda is kind of perhaps the director, but here Patrick's called the director and Arda is called the chief arbiter. So it's kind of interesting, and I was teasing Arda about if he was going to wear a robe and white wig like the British judges and what have you. So we've had a lot of fun with it, but it apparently is operating fairly smoothly. Okay, so through with talking about rules and what have you, and see how Misters Uzel and Solodukin are doing here. 5-4 Solodukin. Again, all these parties are undefeated, as are as are 16 other players. There are 20 players currently without losses, and after this round, there'll be 10 players without losses. There are 20 matches with undefeated players, and here we go. Now again, two-way, somebody is going to send a cube relatively early in all likelihood if they have any hint of a advantage at all. There it is. So now he takes. Now we're playing. This is it. Last game. Nice escaping and pointing number. 6-1 makes the bar. Or might he's apparently, well, he's going to do it this way. He thought he was thinking about stepping out, but didn't, and there's a 6-4 to get him on the 2-point. You know, it's interesting as this game plays out here. And this is far from determined who's going to win this. It's almost a toss-up game. I was going to look here on my computer to see who among other noted players are undefeated going into round 4. And you can see all of the brackets on probg.org. But Mochi was undefeated. See what else we got here. Who else was undefeated among names? Kimon Papachristopoulos, Colleen Stefanov, Christoph Wagner. Okay, so, well, I was reading the undefeated players. So Prusian still undefeated. Tavakoli, Wagner, Stefanov, Mochi, Kimon. So some well-known and big-name players are still undefeated in the hunt for what would be a prestigious win for a nice tournament here. And and it's distributed between the various events, but as I recall, there's $70,000 of, or could probably euros, 70,000 added money in this tournament. So someone's going to have, or more than someone, several people are going to have some pretty nice paydays. Okay. Again, still some really interesting. I kind of like Maxim's position here, but a lot of work to do for both of them. It's about a, what, 58-42 probability at the moment. Going to be difficult for Amirali to make some progress here without leaving blots and potentially getting hit. Double 5 will cure that a bit. So just as I say it, he gets the double 5. Wow. Okay, so now double 5s. So this is going to be interesting. He'd make the 2-point and then play down to the 8, or yeah. Interesting. Maxim's running out of timing, and Amirali's got some difficult area to traverse here to bring this home. Yeah, Marcus, it's been a good match. Maxim had a couple of unfortunate big mistakes early on. Amirali, who's the favorite, perhaps going into the match, has played fairly steadily. But here we are. And, of course, backgammon is backgammon. Any player can win at any time, but it's kind of went Maxim's way. And he's in, reasonable position here. XG wants him to hit both. He certainly looks like committed in his own mind to at least hitting one. So now he has hit both. Okay, so kind of turned, Maxim looked good for a while, but it's kind of turned against him with those two up now. And Amirali's going to try to bring this home before Maxim can get those two checkers in and cause him a lot of grief in trying to complete it. Set of twos, so he's taking his gaps out of the equation here. So again, it's going to be a matter of when and if Maxim can enter those checkers. Okay, he's not at all confident in how he might play this, but he's looking at his various options. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, now, no, yeah, he wants to move that. Takes the Joker double five out of the equation. Six one. He's saying now a pick and pass would be nice. That's not a pick and pass. I don't know. I might. No, I don't like that. I don't think. I think I'm playing 11-3 and leaving that checker on the 8. I think that's my play. So what are you vulnerable to? 5-2, 5-3, 6-2. That way, so 6 numbers. Okay, here's perhaps the key roll of the match. Doesn't get it. Amirali, boom. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Just when you think it's safe to go outside, something like that happens. Okay, Maxim looking for a 4. That is not a 4. That is probably game, set, match right there. So that is it. Nicely played. Amirali was, despite that one bad take blunder, still yet played a 298. Now here we are, going to have a little bonus coverage of the match over on Stream 2. Aykut Özel from Turkey, Alexander Solodukin from Russia. Solodukin leading 6-4. Look at this. Apparently, if I'm reading that correctly, it looks like Solodukin's got 17.8 seconds. Wow. And now he can't think about it all day. He's got to act. 6-5. 6-5. Okay, so looks like a 2 points for Aykut Özel. So we're going to have a 6-6 match here. 3-away, 3-away. So this will be entertaining. Okay, so that's that. Oh, pardon me. Been a lot of playing today, but yesterday was the long day of getting set up, and we didn't get any tables delivered and begin our space table set up until like 3 p.m. yesterday afternoon, the day before the tournament starts. So I had slept little the night before. So last night I was just exhausted and dead tired. So I turned in about 2:30. I just couldn't even stay up any longer. Tara stayed up to 5:30 finishing everything, and then play started at 11 this morning. So we didn't get in all that much sleep last night. So we're nice. Here we are at 9 p.m. tonight. As soon as this match ends, we're done for the night. So we're going to go have a quick bite of dinner and then try to get a little rest for a change. And then tomorrow we'll try to make some of these equipment and physical location changes that we need to make to accommodate the organizers. So again, as I explained earlier, hopefully by late afternoon, early evening, perhaps we're ready to stream and can get some long gammon shown for y'all. Carl James is in the house. Yes, I started to say earlier, not only, I mean, from a tournament perspective, they've sunk incredible amount of money and effort into this. It's really an experience for the participants. Then, of course, Dubai is just an incredible place to visit. So if it's, it should be on a tournament in Dubai should be on your bucket list for some point in your backgammon career. The Oasis tournament is every year in September. This Arabian Grand Prix, I don't know what the intent with this is necessarily. If it's intended to be an annual tournament in Dubai, I don't know. But hopefully it will be. Certainly Dubai as a tournament location is phenomenal and can certainly support a couple of big tournaments a year. Pardon me. Okay. Now, Aykut has extricated his back checkers. Now he's just trying to navigate bringing his in. And again, also I said this was the last round of the main backgammon tournament tonight at 10 p.m., which is a little less than an hour from now. The first round of the doubles will be played 10 p.m. tonight. They have a 64-team bracket, full 64. They're playing 9-point matches in the doubles, so that's that can take some time. 9-point doubles match can take some time, so we'll see how it goes. Okay. You can see beyond the players here with this wide angle player cam on stream too. There's a big stage at one end of the playing room here. There's a full wall of LED screens, wall screens almost. I mean, these things are huge. And for the opening ceremony this afternoon, early afternoon, there was some entertainment. Dancers and things of that nature doing some of the traditional dances of the Russian community and the UAE community, two different groups providing some entertainment. So that was quite interesting to witness. A little bit of a standoff here. Let's see who blinks first. I pay now. He's going to wait. I like this. He's not confident, so he's just going to play it this way. Wow, set of threes. He can do that. Pretty close race. Okay, there's a three shot. Misses the three shot. Okay. 7-6 Uzel. Any Americans in the field? I think there are 4 Americans, if I'm not mistaken. John Perner is here. He was a delegate observer to the IBF General Congress that was held here. So John Perner, David Wynn from Austin is here. Stefan Nunez is here, and Tom Zernem is here. I think those are the only Americans. Yeah, I've spoken to John a number of times yesterday and today. I have not addressed the USBGF and the elections or any of that kind of stuff, but we have exchanged some pleasantries. We've discussed, this tournament and the things that are going on, discussed a little bit the IBF plans and situation and what have you. But, it'll be interesting. I have you know, a lot of respect for the time and efforts that John has put into backgammon over the last few years, and I'm sure he'll continue to do so in whatever role he may provide. I did not know that Tom Zernam went to college with your father, Alex. Tom is still remarkably active and travels a lot, plays a lot of backgammon, does a lot of things, and he's well into his 80s, as I understand. I guess you may know closer to his age than I do, Alex, if he perhaps is the same age as your father. Okay. Again, having Solodukin down to 15 seconds, he has to play rapidly, and he very possibly he's going to lose this game, but it's probably going to be a single game, so we'll have to play another beyond this. Yeah, certainly somewhere in his 80s, certainly that, Alex. And but you know, and it's funny, he's not in that, seemingly, just from a layman's perspective, being around him, he's not in a particularly you know, physical decline of any sort necessarily, but he's sharp as tack too. So you know, that's a good thing that we all can hope to realize in our lives. Yeah, White could have cashed. I guess there's still the potential for White to pick up another checker here. 5-1, 4. No, just 5-1, I guess, at the moment. He could hang around for another shot. 3-2. Okay, so he's going to make him give him another shot, perhaps. 2-5. There it is. Okay, so now everything is different. 6-2. So now the G is definitely in play, and you know, it's interesting, and again, I'm not familiar with him, but what I've been told, Alexander Solodukin is an extremely strong Russian player. You know, and a lot of these elite class players have a tendency to get into some time problems at the end of these matches, but they can all play almost as well with time or without time. But nonetheless, probably to get into where you're playing several games with 15 seconds available to you, it's going to hurt anyone's game. But we'll see how it goes with time. Okay, so he's at some point here, he will probably try to trap Solodukin off the deuce point and close out one checker, maybe even two checkers. Okay, now if he could roll a 5, he doesn't. But he's trying to pick up a second checker. Okay, gets the 1 out. Now probably not enough to gammon him here. Now, of course, you can never say never in backgammon, but he would have liked to have not let that one checker get away. Okay, so there it's closed out. Not a tremendous likelihood of gammoning him here, but one even less now. You had to leave a blot. Mazzello. Okay, so go. There he is. There he is. So now, where are we? Two. Okay, so he's just going to cash it. Crawford 3 away. And again, Solodukin sitting on 15.5 seconds. So no room for error. Crawford game, 15 seconds. Everything has to be perfect and well timed for Solodukin. So we shall see. Okay. You're going to take a little break here. Maybe get a coffee. Where's the arbiter? They didn't advise the arbiter. I wanted to see one of these sand clocks put into play here. He just walked over and got a coffee. There's a table just to the left where they're at that is well stocked with water. So he was just going to walk over there and get one of those rather than go to the men's room or anything. So I guess they didn't feel a break was justified, nor was an arbiter called. Okay, nice rolls. Third 6-5's kind of tough. Okay. You know, here with only 16 seconds on the clock, Solodukin is just having to play instinctively. And of course, these are the sorts of games that we've all been in on occasion. So strategically, we know what's required here. 4 and 6. Okay. 6-4 the other way. 4 3s, 2 down. Okay, that's kind of ugly. Very inflexible position. There's a shot. Okay. There's the miss. Still the potential of another shot. No. So could still go either way, although Solodukin is in a tough position here. 5-1. 6-1. Two. Now this time he's probably will go ahead and leave. Well, there's an angle. Okay, so there it is. Post Crawford 2 away. Now, Uzel does have a free drop should he opt to utilize it. Solodukin's going to be doubling on his first opportunity, first roll. So if this comes down to it, and of course Solodukin's been at 17 seconds and now 15 seconds for the entire time I've been watching the second half of this game. 2-1 it is. So here we go. There's the cube. Uzel takes it. To hit and make the point. 2-6 hits. He can hit either though. It's funny, you know, Aykut has all the time in the world, but he's playing at the same rapid pace that Solodukin is playing. I don't know if that's necessarily by design or what. Okay. gets hit back. So Solodukhin needs an anchor here. Can't get it. So he'll hits 2. He makes the 4. Plays 6-5. Got 2 in the air. You don't have to worry about the combos. It's kind of interesting, such disparate time differential here. Uzel has time to sit and do anything in the world, and Alexander Solodukhin has no time to do anything. Okay, I'll bring them both out. Yeah, that's what I would do. 5-6 dancing. 6-4, take it across. Okay, he can make the 6 prime. Just don't think he, the timing's going to be such that Solodukhin can mount much of a threat here. You don't need, just let him play. You don't need to necessarily pick up another checker, I don't think. Yeah, Solodukhin's got one hope in the world here, is that Uzel has to break that prime. Oh, and he does in a big way. Wow. Huge swing here. Huge swing. Man. Now, Solodukhin is has the opportunity to flood the outfields and contain any escaping checker that Uzel might find himself with. So this is a brutal roll. Two now. Uzel does not. Okay, he needed a 6 in a big way. I was going to say he didn't need another double 4 or double 3 or some nonsense such as that. Okay, so now let's say now he needs to build a little thing. Get a little movement going here. Ooh. That is going to go a long way to concluding this. Just about perfect for what he wanted. Take a couple out. Okay. Ooh, I don't know that I would have done that, but perhaps so. Okay, should very likely bring this home here. 2, 3, 4. He could roll 6-3, 5-3, double 6, double 5, double 4. 4-3, still alive, but there are a couple of bad numbers. I'm just clearing the 5, I think. Oh, I don't know that I like that, but probably not going to make a lot of difference. There it is. Game, set, match. Aykut Özel defeats Alexander Solodukin. And here it's interesting. You can see the scorecards here. They have to fill them out to great detail and sign them and what have you. It's part of the reporting procedure, and they give them to the arbiters. There's the arbiter to receive the scorecards, and she goes up and gives them to Patrick Jabelli, the tournament director, and then that gets entered into the program. So quite a refined, definitive process here. But anyway, that's it for today. And the backgammon portion, or today, nothing but backgammon. Tomorrow's long gammon. Backgammon resumes on Monday. As I was explaining earlier, Tara and I have, we've got to pick up some additional equipment and then make some, utilizing that equipment, some changes to the streaming setup tomorrow. So we, depending on how that progresses, we may or may not do any streaming tomorrow. If so, it'll probably be late afternoon or into the evening. And it would be long gammon because there'll be nothing but long gammon played tomorrow. But for certain, we will be back in business Monday morning with the backgammon tournament. Again, some potential tomorrow evening of streaming some long gammon. So follow us on social media. We'll keep you informed as to what's going on. And we thank you for watching today. Hope you enjoyed it. And we're signing off. We're going to go get some dinner. So good night. Thank you for watching. We'll hopefully see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.